Go on record for the review calendar, starting at docket number 1. Amador Contreras is here. Mr. Contreras, have a seat. How are you? Not bad at all. This is a treatment issue. I see you have some paperwork with there. Where are we on that? Perfect. Share that with Mr. Ratfield. And we would like to have a copy of that on file as well. Is it, are you learning anything?
Yeah.
Perfect. Capital letters, the first thing I see is in full compliance. That's always, that's always really, really good. But, you know, this is, on the one hand, it's, the purpose of this is to make sure that, as best as we can, that you don't put yourself back in a situation where you're subject to a new charge. And hopefully this is doing you some good. You're learning something from it, and it's helping you go through life. That's wonderful. Is this a copy that we can keep?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Contreras, I'm going to find you in full compliance. How is life going otherwise?
Going good, yeah.
Working up. Okay, that is a success story. I'm glad to start out the day with that. I want to wish you the best of luck. As long as we get compliance reports with from Pierce County Alliance, you don't need to come in and listen to me. You've got better things to do. All I can do at this point is wish you the best of luck, and hopefully this has been a learning experience and one not soon to be or ever repeated. Good luck to you. Mr. Contreras, I thank you. You be well. Paige Franzak does not answer. Heidi Molnar is here. Ms. Molnar, how are you? That's the best you can do. I understand you have completed the victim impact panel.
Yes.
And you are putting off starting IOP based on your situation, only to find out that these evaluations have a nuclear half-life, so to speak, that if you wait for so long, you have to get reevaluated, kind of have to start over again.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't find anything that would go around my 2 jobs that I have. So I was trying to put it off for the summer, because I have summers off, where I could do my 2 days a week for 3 months.
Perfect.
And not have to worry about my jobs. Otherwise, I have to take a 3-month leave of absence from my second job.
Do you have a plan as to when you're going to start?
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Oh, okay, that's what I would like to do then. You'll get started. Let's see, this is April. When is school out? When are you?
Out in June.
In June. What I'm inclined to do is set this matter for a review hearing on June 16th. Mr. Ratfield, unless you have an objection, with the understanding that if we have proof on file that you have started, that you don't need to appear in court.
Okay.
Is that going to work?
Yeah.
How was things going otherwise? The most important thing here is I haven't seen any indication of any reoffense or any other problems.
Actually, I quit drinking November 12th.
Wow. You know the exact date.
Yep.
You know, and that's part of life. Sometimes we find out that the things we enjoy or find ourselves doing are not the best friend.
Yep. Exactly.
And if that's a decision you found yourself having to make and made that's my congratulations to you. What now?
Save some money too.
You know, I don't know how many times I've heard that, how much more clear everything is and how much money I'm saving.
More energy.
That's wake up better in the morning, more energy, and basically more enjoyment of life. Ms. Muller, I've signed an order resetting the matter, and you can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
Okay.
And once again, as long as we have proof on file, you don't need to appear. So it might not be a bad idea if a week or so before, the court date, you give us a call and make sure that, everything's okay. And, things change. Hopefully, you'll be well underway, by June 16th.
Hopefully.
That's all we can do.
Yep.
Don't forget to get a copy of the order, before you leave, Ms. Molnar. Thank you for appearing.
All right.
Thank you for your patience and again, as you heard me say a few minutes ago, these are hoops that just have to be jumped through and hopefully they're doing some good.
They are.
Hey, great.
Thank
You take care of yourself. Be well. Santi Niang? And of course, the issue here is, treatment compliance. Where are we? What's,
So they switched me to a new counselor because they've been overwhelmed and they hired a new person. And I just found out a couple weeks ago and I met with her and I gave her all the information to send in my compliance report. And we need action to push back to the situation.
yeah, we don't have any February report,
I know
compliant
I
for
have-
January. That's good. So you're kind of betwixt
Yeah,
and
I'm
between here now.
Have to be compliant for me because I'm not associated.
Oh,
And I just went to court for them as well.
okay. How soon do you think you're gonna be back in compliance? Any idea?
No, I am in
You're-
compliance.
you-
I meet with her on the 16th of this month, so I will talk to her and send out all the compliance reports.
Why don't we reset the matter to May 8th? And again, like I said a minute ago, if we have proof that you're back in compliance on record here, you don't need to appear, don't need to show up.
Okay.
Is that gonna work for you?
Yes.
This happens in the course
Oh,
of
yeah.
treatment,
I was
glitches
just
come up.
In court, I had to step out and call them and have them send everything again. And they've just been kind of everywhere.
That's just part of the drill. How is life going otherwise?
Working a lot.
Working a lot and then meeting the treatment obligations.
Yes, yes.
This is something you'll get through. Be patient with it. The important thing is to stay in compliance and make sure that there's no repetition of what got you here in the first place. That's the goal here. That's where we want to be. Ms. Jiang, I'm resetting the matter to May 8th, signing an order to that effect. And once again, to be sure, as long as you're in compliance, you don't need to reappear.
I just gotta hound them about it.
But it's good to see you because you're always upbeat, you're always cheerful, you're always looking at the best side of everything.
Yeah.
And that's just a good attitude to have in life. And that's the best.
Situation.
That's the best way. Ms. Niang, I want to thank you for appearing. Don't forget to get a copy of the order before you leave. Good luck to you, and you don't have to appear on May 8th, but we'll miss your cheerful smile. You take care of yourself. Be well. Austin Sanchez does not answer. John Smith. Well, we're developing quite a history here. This case goes back. We did get an evaluation in August of last year. We hadn't started. We had hearings in February. You were gonna start in March, but you haven't.
I've called them several times. I think there was a mix-up. I think they want to like reevaluate me.
Well, these evaluations have a shelf life. If you don't start treatment within so long of the evaluation, I forget what the time lag is. I think it's like 6 months, maybe. You have to get reevaluated.
Been already.
This is not a diversion. I'm not able to find exactly what would happen if you successfully completed diversion. That usually contemplates a reduction in charge, some kind, or dismissal. You're not doing very well here. It's, the city is moving to just set aside the diversion. That involves a reading of the record and a finding of guilt, more likely than not, once that's done, and a mandatory jail sentence, and all that goes with that. Again, a remand date of treatment, evaluation, has a definite impact on your driver's license as well. You were going to start in March. That was in February, and you haven't done anything. At least you've showed up for court. We're going to set the matter for a revocation hearing on April 24th. Mr. Smith, that the city is moved to revoke your hearing. You're represented by Mr. Haverco. Why don't we set the revocation for 10 o'clock? We're going to reset the matter for a revocation hearing at 10 o'clock on the 24th. You should have your attorney here for that hearing. And it's a really good idea to get in touch with him immediately. That's 2 weeks away here. But you've had over a year to start with this, and you just haven't.
Well, I'm going up to Northwest Resources today.
That's not a bad idea. I would strongly advise you to do that. I would strongly advise you to give Mr. Haverco a call as well to let him know. He will be here in a little while, and we'll let him know that what's happened here.
Okay.
Signing orders, restating the matter, April 24th, 10 o'clock, revocation hearing. What I want you to do is get a copy of these continuances based on a diversion agreement. Once you get one of those, you gotta follow through. And from what I've seen so far, Mr. Haverco may shed more light on you haven't followed through on this. We'll deal with this again on the 24th. But don't forget to get a copy of the order on your way out. Good luck to you. With that one, unless Mr. Haverco goes on, we'll let's go back on record. We're still on. Mr. Hatfield, we have a couple of no-shows. Paige Fronzak, we have an SOC that ended. She was given some time to make payments on it's a monetary thing.
Yeah.
Nothing has been done. City visual warrant.
Yeah, city file.
Cash or bond, so ordered. Austin Sanchez, DUI,
25.
so ordered. Mr. Sanchez did not appear. 2,500 cash or bond will issue. And with that, we can. Back on record for the, in custody that we have. Pasquale, is, in the process of getting online and are almost there. Cindy. Well, I thought the jail was, ready to go, but apparently not. We're on record. If something, we can take something pretty quickly. We can do that now. Okay, I'm back to, finally found my way back to the, dashboard. I don't know who's slower, me or I-Courts. Yeah. But ready to, city have any matters ready to go? We'll address that now.
It's number 3 on the 9 o'clock.
I have an O-Courts, a motion to continue the matter to May 22nd, 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Gordon Foster, Mr. McNish, who has had good contact with me and he's waiving his trial.
Signing the order, resetting the matter as we speak. Sign the order, you can get a copy of that at the window, and we'll be sending your client a copy of it as well. Good luck, take care. See you on the 22nd of May. Have a good one.
And, just, so
We'll cheerfully do so. That's, I understood that the reinstatement fee was going to be paid, and according to the records, license has been reinstated, but they signing the order, resetting Tomas Rivera to April 22nd.
April 20th.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't multitask here. April 24th, May 22nd.
Yeah.
I think the jail is now ready. Travico, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Well, your matter at this time, I believe present is Paupu Kanipe. If I mispronounce that, ma'am, I apologize. Mr. Haverco, I'm appointing you to represent the defendant. I'll hear from you about the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. There we go. Just turn up the sound just a tad. Okay. So in anticipation that I was going to be appointed, the city sent me a copy of the discovery and police report on the matter. I've had an opportunity to discuss the case with the defendant and review that evidence. We've also discussed what an arraignment is to be read the charges in open court, the maximums that can be imposed, the elements that the city would have to prove. In light of all that, she'd like to waive formal arraignment and instead proceed with entering a plea. I did review a statement of defendant on plea of guilty with her, and I believe she does understand the rights that she gives up, and I think we're ready to proceed.
Good morning, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Paupu Kanipe?
Tonight, yes.
Ma'am, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said? I have appointed him to represent you. Do you
No,
disagree with anything he just told the court?
no,
I am looking at in O courts at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree. Theft in the third degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Have you gone over the plea form or the process with your attorney?
Yes.
And if you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter, what was your question answered?
He's basically asking, after reviewing everything,
Oh, yeah.
did I answer all your questions?
Yes, yes.
Do you have any questions you'd like to ask me about the process here?
No, I don't think so.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal. There'll simply be a sentencing, which could be up to the maximum, which I've already indicated what that is. You realize that.
Yes.
With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on April 6, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
Oh, no, no. No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I see the recommendation is for all suspended jail time, and no fine is recommended. Mr. Haverco, anything to add to that?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. I think the clerk had indicated that she's in custody on a Department of Corrections hold, so I don't think she's being held on this matter. So I think the city was just really, willing to recommend all suspended jail time, suspended for a year on the condition she not commit any new criminal law violations. Because she is in custody, and given that her indigency status, city was not going to ask for any financial obligations.
That is true. She was released on the Yelm hold, but remains in custody at the behest of the Department of Correction. City, have anything further to add? Ms. Canepe, anything you'd like to tell me? If you don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the situation or the matter, now's the time.
No, I don't have
So
anything
you
else.
take your head indicating no. I'll take that as a no. I'm going to follow the recommendation, 364 days in jail, all suspended on one condition. You have law-abiding behavior. Not going to impose any fine, given your situation there, simply suspended jail time. And again, it's suspended on the condition you just simply stay out of trouble, obey the law. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with your DOC matter. And I'm assuming that when that is concluded, any sanction you're serving, you'll be released. I want to wish you good luck. You take care of yourself. I'll sign an order to the effect of the sentence, and make sure your attorney gets a copy of it, and you as well. Any questions at all?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
Okay, thank you.
So you were never being held on the thing, so it was the paperwork over there.
Back on record for the 9 o'clock hearing, I understand, Mr. Newcomb is on, Good morning, Mr. Newcomb. We'll take your matter now. That matter being, Yelm versus Michael Lay. Good morning.
Judge, good morning. I apologize for our tardiness. We had issue with the password. It looks like it was entirely on our side. Yes, if the courts could call the Michael Lay matter, that would be great.
I will do so at this time. Parties, willing to indicate the status of the matter at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Jason Newcomb appearing on behalf of Mr. Lay. Judge, this is a little bit more than a typical DWLS. He was actually cited twice in the same day. There's a pending case in Thurston. There was also a pending SOC in Pierce County District Court. Mr. Lay is relicensed. We've made some progress. I have him working on some additional affirmatives. I'm trying to effectuate a global resolution here. We previously should have filed a speedy trial waiver as well as a 3-4 on which I am appearing today. We've been in good contact with him. I'm just asking that this matter be set over in the normal course, Your Honor.
City, I mean, I hear no objection from the
Yes,
city.
please
We'll
don't
do
object.
so, at a next available date. I'll need an order of reset, here in Old Courts, May 8th. May 8th work, Mr. Newcomb?
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
We'll reset it for that. As soon as I get an order in Old Courts here, I'll cheerfully sign the order, send you and Mr. Lay a copy of today's order.
That sounds great, Your Honor. Thank you. Am I excused?
You're excused, Mr. Newcomb.
Thank you, sir.
Next month, May 8th. Well, Now on record, good morning, Mr. Haverco, I'll defer to you for the order in which any cases are called.
Sure. So on the 9:45 calendar, let's go ahead and call Bonnie Flukinger.
Good morning, ma'am. Go ahead and have a seat next to Mr. Haverco. For the record, is your full name Bonnie Jane Flukinger? Good morning. It's you're here for an arraignment. Citation I have alleges that on or about April 20th, 2024, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that offense would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time, and he will represent you throughout the course of the matter should you be indigent and request his services. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would stipulate the probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
589-18.
What sign?
And the plea of not guilty simply preserves your rights pending a pretrial. We're going to set that for May 22nd. In the meantime, I want you to stay in contact with Mr. Haverco. I'll sign an order resetting the matter. I want you to get a copy of the today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Condition of release is simply law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and appear for court back on May 22nd. A warrant had been issued for your arrest because you hadn't appeared for court. That's squashed. It's no longer in effect.
May I speak?
You certainly,
I
with the permission of your attorney,
sent a letter to the court from him because my wallet was stolen. This was not me. This.
yeah, ma'am, that's the purpose of a pretrial, is to discuss your situation and the case with Mr. Haverco and decide upon a course of action. Right? In the meantime, you're presumed to be innocent. Plea of not guilty is entered on your behalf, and that's the status of the matter until it changes. And that won't change until it changes with the permission and at the behest of your attorney. Any questions at all?
I'm really confused because my wallet was stolen and somebody.
No, this is a matter you need to discuss with Mr. Haverco. Yeah, now is simply the formality of arraigning you and getting a plea of not guilty entered, but any defense to the matter, any response, that's for a later time. Not now.
Free to go.
Make sure- Make sure you get a copy of today's order at the window, ma'am. Good luck to you. We'll see you back here May 22nd. Good luck. Your Honor. Mr. Meadows, generally, your attorney, Mr. Nerlach, has been in touch with the prosecutor. We're resetting the matter to May 22nd at 9 o'clock. You can get a copy of today's order. I'll sign it here in a second at the window. And I thank you for your patience, and we'll see you back here towards the end of next month. You take care of yourself.
Just briefly on the 10 o'clock, if we could go to Skylar Brown.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning. Yes, sir. parties have reached an agreement. A stipulated order of continuance has been placed in those courts. Matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violation. $250 court fee and the time fitting with it.
For the record, full name Skylar Thomas Brown.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, your attorney has indicated, and I'm looking here at on the screen at a SOC, stipulated order of continuance. That, in essence, is a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney on your behalf. If you comply with the terms of the continuance, matter will be dismissed down the road. If you violate the conditions, which are simply stay out of trouble, pay costs in the amount of $250. If you violate that and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports. That would almost certainly result in a conviction for an offense that bears jail time. Don't want to go there. You have a chance to get this matter erased, not guilty, dismissed on your record, but it's up to you to take advantage of that. I'm signing off on the agreement. Mr. Brown, what I want you to do is get a copy of the SOC agreement at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Read it over carefully. If you have any questions about what it means, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
Yes, sir.
Any questions at all?
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you. You take care of yourself, and we will. You don't need to reappear a year from now. You only hear from us if there's an alleged violation of the order. You take care. Thank you, sir.
My open to my browser is this thing. I should open it. What's that?
Name of the clock, 9 o'clock calendar. We still have Mr. Barriga, represented by Mr. Ansing is.
Yeah, I think there might be
Oh, we do. Mr. Ross has appeared, but that's,
seems to be responding. Next matter would be Michael Whiten in the 10 o'clock calendar. Matter comes on for a pre-trial hearing on assault fourth degree. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. In court, the matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violation and payment of $250 court fee at the end of the time. The city will move it.
Morning, sir. For the record, is your full name Michael Dale Whited? Mr. Whited, do you disagree with anything Mr. Haverco just said?
No, sir.
I'm looking at an SOC. Now, this is going to be a little repetitious. It's an agreement between yourself and the city negotiated by Mr. Haverco, under the terms of which 12 months from now, charge can be dismissed. The conditions of that you need to abide by in the meantime are law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, and pay costs in the amount of $250. 1 year will come and go fairly quickly, so the sooner that gets paid, the better. Now, if you violate the agreement, in return for the agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial, have a hearing. If the city proves that you violated the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police report. And that would almost certainly result in a conviction for assault in the fourth degree, which is misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor that bears up to 1 day short of a year in jail. Don't want to go there. You have a chance to get a pretty serious crime off your record, get it dismissed, but it's up to you to take advantage of the agreement. Any questions at all? No, sir. Mr. Whitehead, what I want you to do is get a copy of the agreement at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Read it over carefully, and if you have any questions at all, give Mr. Havercool a call. Will do. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Be well. Thank you. Thank you.
I see Mr. Turner's here on the 9:45.
We have Mr. Ross on the,
Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Ross, good morning. Well, as soon as I sign an order here, we'll address your matter at this time. Here on behalf of,
Ms. Squally.
of course.
Your Honor, Jossie Ross on behalf of Ms. Shanaina Squally. I expect her actually to come to the court and to update the court. She plans on coming in. I've had communication with her because you know she's doing what she's supposed to do and stuff like that. But at some point, I need an update as well.
I agree.
So I don't, you know, I was just here, I was just here, but I think the substantive update will come from Ms. Squally.
Are you withdrawing from representation of her or?
No. No, not at all. I just need to, we haven't had much communication recently, and I just want to make sure everything's going the way it's supposed to be going. That's all.
Well, she has not appeared what would you like me to do?
I couldn't wait if the calendar is still going, Your Honor. You know, if you're inclined to call it, I have communicated with her, but not substantively. So all I would be asking for, I could, you know, and we talked about a 3.4 appearance, but what I'm saying is that I would like for her to update the court. I think that's better for both parties.
Well, she's not here now. We can wait. I would be willing to note the non-appearance if there's no objection from the city and simply reset the matter. But if you think she's on her way here, we can certainly.
I could probably call her off, and if you want to get to other business, Your Honor, she is in good standing. We have communicated, and I'm fine with that procedurally. Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor.
We'll just come back to the matter. I think we do have a couple of matters in the courtroom that can be addressed at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think we could call on the 10 o'clock number 1, Spencer Albert.
I hear no objection. With that in mind, Mr. Albert, we'll simply dismiss the case. Now I have caught up online here. This is on what page, what docket number are we dealing with?
It's on page 8. Item number 1 was on for confirmation.
Mr. Albert, I'm certainly sure you have no objection to the matter being dismissed, and I will sign an order of dismissal upon presentation. Any questions?
No.
Good luck to you. Have a good day. Anything else? We do have somebody in the courtroom. Hey, Mr. Turner, come on up. Have a seat. We have 4 items on the docket. As I remember, the last time there was a communication issue between yourself and an attorney who had appeared on your behalf. Am I correct?
Yes.
Where are we?
So they withdrew from the case. I kept my money, so I gotta find a new lawyer, new representation.
Have you made any progress towards hiring another lawyer, or?
This just happened last week.
Have you thought about court-appointed counsel, or,
Maybe, so that was $8,000.
pardon?
That was $8,000 that they won't give back. For doing nothing.
Can you come up with money to?
I'm gonna try.
If you want to try that, that's a choice that I want you to make. You're here now, any warrant in it that's been, let's reset the matter. You want to go to May 8th?
That makes sense to me. That way, Mr. Turner.
Let's reset it to May 8th. That'll give you a little, I'm setting it out a little bit just to give you a little time to get a hold of a lawyer. We'll simply give you a notice of hearing, I think, and any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect, of course. Mr. Turner, that happens sometimes. Attorney-client is just a bad fit. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And we'll leave the issue of appointed counsel open. We'll readdress that if we have to on May.
Okay.
Any questions at all?
No, sir.
You can get a copy of the notice at the window outside the courtroom. Thank you for appearing. Take care.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if it's okay, I can address Ms. Squally, and I can address her now if that's fine with the court.
No problem. Go ahead.
Jossie Ross on behalf of Ms. Shanaina Squally. And I just spoke with her again, and she assures me that the agreement is in place. She's on her way, but I know the court wants to move on, and she was fine with noting the FTA and rescheduling for another day, if that worked for the court. But the agreement is in place, and she is making payments.
That is good to hear. May 8th, would that work?
Your Honor, respectfully, I ask that, so I work in a couple different municipal courts as conflict counsel, and the jury terms tend to be at the beginning of the month. And so if we can have toward the middle or latter part of the month, that usually works better with my schedule, Your Honor.
How about May 8th is be the next. Yeah, this being the 10th, the next court date would be the 24th. And after that, May 8th, May 22nd.
22nd works perfect.
22nd will work? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll reset it to May 22nd in that case.
Thank you so much.
Hey, no problem. We'll be sending you, we'll note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes. And
Yes.
we'll Smalley and yourself a copy of today's order.
Thank you, Your Honor. Always good to see you, Judge Meyer.
Likewise, take care. Be well. Lisa, good morning. Six already. It sounded easy. Don't know if it was or not. Some of the experts, their heads in the cloud a little bit.
Your Honor, this is Ms. Lisa Fish. She's item number 1, page 6 on the 9:45 calendar.
I apologize for being late.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I apologize for being late.
Hey, that's, you're here. That's the important thing. Full name Lisa Marie Fish. This is a first appearance and arraignment. You were cited for the offense of theft in the 3rd degree on April 1st, 2024. Theft in the 3rd degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Averco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he will represent you throughout the course of the case should you be indigent and request his services.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
We have not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we'll set for May 22nd. In the meantime, I want you to give Mr. Averco.
They won't, okay. I just don't live in close by, so it's kind of hard and I don't have a license. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Fish, thank you for appearing. Always better late than never. Glad to have you here today.
Oh, you'll get paper. So a question for you. She would be.
Yeah, we're-
She's with Miss Moore on the 1 o'clock calendar.
Oh,
So why don't you listen? Ms. Moore.
Ms. Fish, I will sign the order resetting the matter to May 22nd. Stay and make sure Mr. Averco has your contact information. And before you leave, you'll be able to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Thank you for appearing. And this is?
This is Lisa Morris. It's on page 13 on the 1 o'clock calendar. Matter comes on for arraignment for suspended driving 3rd degree case. And I think she was kind of making some comments. She's on the cusp, I think, of getting relicensed.
Today, I paid off a ticket that was on my life yesterday.
Full name Lisa Michelle Morris. Ms. Morris, you were just simply cited with DWS 3rd degree. The city may have a motion in this case and does. The motion is to amend the charge from a criminal offense, which bears up to 90 days in jail, to a civil infraction. The difference is this: you don't plead guilty to a civil infraction, you admit it or deny it. If you admit it, the most I can do is impose a fine. For this offense, no valid operator's license. For that infraction, standard fine is $150. And that would conclude the case. Any question about anything I just said?
Stay a minute. I would just.
No, I threw quite a little bit at there. All of a sudden, I have to realize that you're not really familiar. You say you didn't get a notice from the Department of Licensing.
No.
That usually happens because they have a different address for you. That's a possibility. When we move, we update an address with the post office, but we rarely think to do it with the Department of Licensing. That's happens an awful lot. On your admission, I'll assess a $150 fine. You can pay that at $25 a month with the first payment due May 10th. Is that going to work? Now, if it turns out that it doesn't work, what I want you to do is let us know. We can certainly work with that. The important thing is reinstate your license. Get that done as quickly as you can, and make sure, update your mailing address with the Department of Licensing, and hopefully there won't be any notice that they need to send you. Well, that's the most we could hope for. Ms. Morris, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That takes care of the matter. You don't need to come back at 1 o'clock. And again, good luck getting reinstated.
Thank you.
And again, copy of the order at the window. Thank you.
So, let me ask Second.
And we do have Ms. Santos on,
Oh.
Virtues, oh, wait. That is docket number 9, page 9.
Oh. So we're doing Ms. Santos. Give me a second. Take the Santos matter now? or-
I'll defer to you,
Oh,
It's
okay.
whichever.
Okay, if we could just briefly, go back to the 9:45 calendar. And take up the. Comes on for, he has failed to appear. And,
Good morning, sir. Is your name Austin Opplinger?
yes, sir.
Mr. Opplinger, you didn't show up for a pretrial hearing. That results in warrant. You're here now. That's the important thing. Let's reset the matter for a pretrial.
Well,
Uh,
we'd like to go ahead and proceed with the pretrial this morning, Your Honor. We've had an opportunity to discuss the matter.
Absolutely.
And we have a proposed stipulated order of continuance in O courts, and we'd like Your Honor to inquire with regard to that. The matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations, payment of a $250 court fee at $25 per month, at the end of which time dismissed.
Mr. Opplinger, I now have in front of me a stipulated order of continuance on the screen here. That's an agreement between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney. If you stay out of trouble, pay $250 in costs over the next year, charge will be dismissed. In return for that agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial, have witnesses, appeal if you lose. So if the city proves that you violated the agreement, the new offense or failed to pay the fine, we'll have a hearing based on the police report alone, and that'll almost certainly result in a conviction for a kind of a serious offense. Signing off on the order, I'm hoping that all goes well over the next 12 months for you, and from that time forward. If there is an issue with drug-related activity, I'm hoping that's something you've dealt with or are dealing with. That's all I can do. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. What I want you to do is get a copy of the SOC, the agreement, at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully, read it, and give Mr. Everco a call if there's any question about you might have about it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions at all? All I can do is wish you the best of luck at this time, and I certainly do that. Be well. Take care of yourself. Bless you. That concludes the hearing. If you're willing to, free to leave at this time, but please get a copy of the agreement before you leave.
No, yeah,
Okay, thank you, and I'm gonna send Tammy in.
yeah. We're ready to proceed with the Santos matter.
Call the matter of Yelm versus Virtue Evangelista Santos. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Santos. This is Dan Haverco. So what we're doing today is, we're gonna resolve this matter by way of a stipulated order of continuance. The matter to be continued for a period of 24 months on the condition that Mr. Santos obtain an alcohol evaluation, comply with any recommended treatment, within 120 days, do the DUI victim impact panel. There's costs of $990.50 to be payable over 24 months, at the end of which time, if he complies with the requirements, the city would then move to amend the charge to negligent driving first degree.
Mr. Santos, do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverco just said?
Oh, Your Honor.
This is an agreement that he has negotiated on your behalf, but the agreement is between you and the city. At this point, I have nothing further to say about it, nor does Mr. Haverco. The agreement is for a period of 2 years. If during the 2-year period of the continuance, you stay out of trouble, that's the most important thing. Get an alcohol evaluation, a drug and alcohol evaluation, and comply with any recommended treatment. Do that within the next 90 days. Pay $990.50 by way of costs within the next 2 years. It's a good idea to budget that out and get that paid well before the 2 years is up. Now, I want you to understand that if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, we're back to square one. We'll have a hearing that's based on the police reports filed in the matter. And that would almost certainly result in a conviction for a driving under the influence charge, which has a disastrous effect on your driver's license, subjects you to mandatory jail time. It's something you really want to avoid. It's important that you abide by the conditions, and we will cheerfully reduce the matter to a much less serious offense of negligent driving in the first degree, should you comply with the agreement. Any questions at all?
Oh, Your Honor.
Mr. Santos will be sending you a copy of today's agreement. I want you to look it over carefully. Give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions that come up as a result of reading the instrument, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this point, all I can do is wish you the best of luck, and go ahead and follow through with the drug and alcohol evaluation. We want to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and make sure we get a copy on file within the next 90 days, within the next 3 months.
Yes,
Good
Your
luck.
Honor.
Take care.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing. You can sign off now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ready to proceed. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. Back to the 10 o'clock calendar, page 8, item number 2, Tammy Balint. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a loitering drug-related activity charge. Parties have reached an agreement that being a stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations, the payment of $250 and $25 per month, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
The record is your full name, Tammy Elizabeth Balint. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Now, this is going to be a little repetitious, but this is an agreement between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which 12 months from now, the charge will be dismissed. It'll go away. The most important thing is, in the meantime, have law-abiding behavior. That would include don't violate any of the drug statutes. Pay $250 in costs. That's the least important thing. If you have any issue making the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Now, importantly, you understand that in return for the agreement, a lot of your rights disappeared. No longer a right to go to trial, have witnesses, appeal if you lose. City proves a violation of the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would more likely than not result in a conviction for a gross misdemeanor. Don't want to go there. What I'm hoping is it's not a part of the agreement, but I'm hoping that if there is any issue with substance, that is being dealt with or has been dealt with in the meantime. Any questions about anything I've just said? And once again, you'll be able to get a copy of this agreement. I want you to do that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully. Give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions. Any questions of me to make sure? All I can do is wish you the best of luck. You're in a position of getting the charge dismissed, but you need to follow through. Good luck to you.
Good luck. Yeah, just go up to the window and get the paperwork.
Ms. Bowen, thank you. On record.
If we could address, on page 8, item number 5, pretrial hearing, Demetria Dotson. I believe the city has a motion.
Call the matter of Yelm versus Demetria Lynn Dotson. Hearing no objection. Ms. Dotson, that is you. I'm trusting the city has moved to dismiss the charge. And hearing no objection, I'm going to sign an order of dismissal upon presentation of an order. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Is a dismissal with or without prejudice? Without prejudice, that means if something further emerges upon reconsideration, the city could refile the charge. I've never seen that happen, but that is a possibility. Good luck to you, Ms. Dotson. Yeah.
Next matter is going to be on page 8, Matthew Hunt. Matter comes on for pretrial hearing.
Good morning, sir. Matthew Albert Hunt.
All drug-related charges. He's currently in drug court, in Superior Court, and so the city parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance here. Matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations. Payment of $250 court fee at $25 per month, at the end of which time the city would then move to dismiss.
I would presume a compliance with drug court is a condition as well. Mr. Hunt, that's let me say at the outset here, I'm glad to hear you're in drug court. That's an excellent program. It's not an easy road to walk, but I'm going to wish you the best of luck to that with that as well. With regard to these charges, the city is now giving you a SOC, an agreement under the terms of which the charge 12 months from now will be dismissed. It'll go away. It'll go away if you have law-abiding behavior that especially relates to any drug-related activity or any criminal charges there. $250 costs are the least important thing to me. It's an obligation, $25 a month. May 10th is the first due date. If making the payments becomes an issue, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. The only real important thing to me here is stick with drug court. And again, not an easy way to go, but I think it's I urge people to save their own life. And again, to make sure you understand, there's a violation of the agreement and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, based on the police reports, that'll result in a conviction and the possibility of jail time. This isn't, in my opinion, a matter that should result in jail time. I'm hoping will result in whatever treatment, whatever is necessary to get an issue behind you. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I want you to get a copy of the SOC at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully, and if you have any questions at all, that's why you have Mr. Havertz. He'll be available to answer any question you might have. Any question of me? Mr. Hunt, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Be well. Take care. And good luck with drug court. Versus Christopher Sands regarding docket number 6, page 5 of the attorney calendar. Christopher Sandsted, does anybody know anything about the matter? Has Ms. Ault filed a notice of appearance? We do have a notice of appearance. Bail bond is posted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was searching by the, I did receive an email on April 2nd, from the
Bond is posted, and we sort of have the obligation of notifying the bonding company if we wish to forfeit of the unexplained failure, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. City's sworn here, they know.
Great. Sure.
Okay.
We have an
Oh,
iPhone.
that's
So that may be
good.
it.
I just received an email from council saying she's on.
iPhone. We do have an iPhone on Zoom, muted.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Attorney Kelsey. I apologize. I was dealing with a sick child and I was at the doctor for much longer than I anticipated. I do have good contact with my client. I have permission to appear via 3.4. We are asking for a continuance. I reached out to the prosecutor and have not heard back yet regarding working out some sort of resolution. So we're just hoping to work something out with the prosecutor, and that's the reason for the continuance request. And I did speak to my client yesterday.
Ms. Alt, how far out would you like to go?
I think just another month or so is fine, Your Honor.
Oh, how about May 8th or 22nd?
Probably the 22nd. Let me double check that calendar. Yes, May 22nd, please.
Any objection from the city? I'll sign an order resetting the matter to May 22nd. We'll be sending both yourself and your client, Mr. Sanset, a copy of today's order. Any questions?
No, thank you so much.
Take care. Talk to you end of May.
Thank
So it sounded like she was in an awful hurry to get to back to a hearing or something. Yes. (9:45), we have Joshua Novello, docket numbers 3 and 4.
Yeah, I spoke to him, well, let's see, I spoke to him a little while ago. I texted him within the last few days for him to call me back. He didn't. So I'm not,
It's easy to remember the case because he violated
I know.
the no contact order upon release.
I spoke with his mom and she was gonna be here today, he said, but so I don't yeah, I don't know yeah, I
There's all
I
the
don't
red
have any.
flags of a mental health
Yeah,
issue.
there's something going on. I don't know. So I don't know, if, it's like, from my position, I'd have to ask the court to, well, he's already failed to appear, so just, is this the case where you got the warrant quashed?
Yes.
We did,
it is.
okay.
It's quashed.
I
There's
guess,
no warrant.
so,
In the absence of any.
yeah, I mean, I
new
guess I
indica-
asked to
new
note the
law,
FTA and maybe reset with notice and see.
I'm in an oath of non-appearance. Given the fact that there's no indication of any ongoing issue, any problem with let's note the non-appearance and reset the matter to the 24th of April, maybe. It'd help. Then it would help if we had an address so we could send him
Yeah,
care of his mother. Let's
well, except there's still,
let's reset it to May
there's still a
8th.
no contact order. Right.
We'll reset with notice to May 8th. Then, of course, the only address we have for him, he's not supposed to be there. It's and so Dan, if you can, get us a good mailing address. Amber Plew. And that the warrant is active on that, and she has not appeared to approve. Let's simply strike the hearing, subject to renote. Parents and reset. I'll call a matter of Yelm versus Erica Perkins, page 9, docket number 8. Understand she's just now been released from Clallam County Jail. Let's just note the non-appearance, since council has been in contact with her, and reset the matter and with notice to her last address. Back on record for the pre-trials, Mr. Haverko, I'll defer to you for the order in which matters are called.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is on the 10 o'clock calendar. This is page 9, Alexandria Johnson. We submitted a matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a DUI charge.
Morning, ma'am. For the record, Alexandria Mary Johnson would be your name. I see in full court's a motion to reset. Mr. Haverko, how far out would you like to go?
How long do you think it'll take you to complete your evaluation process, find somebody and get in? That's to reset at about 6 weeks. Ish.
May 22nd-ish? Donnie, if that works. Reset the matter, Ms. Johnson, the request of yourself and your attorney to May 22nd, 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm signing an order to that effect at this time. In the meantime, stay in touch with Mr. Haverko. Make sure you reappear here for court, and any conditions are earlier set on release remain in effect. Any questions at all? I want to thank you for your patience. Again, get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko, and we'll see you back here towards the end of May. Good luck to you. Take care.
Oh, okay. Braddock? Okay. So this is, one sign. Yeah. So this is Mr., it looks like Radke, but he says the Y on the end of his name shouldn't be there. It's on the 11 o'clock calendar, page 10 and 11. So he says the Y shouldn't be on his name. It's coming up that way.
How do you pronounce it? Radek?
Yeah, for some reason there's a Y.
I have no explanation for that. Citation.
So we put in a speedy trial waiver and a motion to continue in old courts. He wants to see if there's some possibility he can get reinstated and see if he can work on that a little bit.
May 22nd, work for everybody?
How much time do you think you need?
June 5th?
If we could set it into June, that'd be good.
June 5th then.
Okay.
Mr. Radek, we're resetting the matter to June 5th, your request. Meantime, stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and good luck to you for the meantime, okay? Now, I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here early June. Have a good one.
So, we could call, Tony Sen, that's on page 11, on the 11 o'clock calendar. Couple of matters, there's a mitigation matter and then a pretrial that's on for suspended driving third degree and ignition interlock device violation. We put in a statement of defense on plea of guilty in O courts. Since his intention on entering a straight plea of guilty to count 2, ignition interlock device violation. Upon the court's acceptance of the plea, city would move to dismiss count 1, suspended driving third degree case. It's all suspended jail time, suspended for a year, court probation fee, just court fee, $250. Just no new criminal law violations for 12 months.
Good morning, sir. Full name, Tony Sen. Mr. Sen, good morning. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. Also referenced as a dismissal of the DWS third charge, should I accept the plea. Have you gone over the plea process with Mr. Abrico? Have you discussed the plea process with your attorney? And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter, was your question answered?
Yeah.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended by the parties. You realize that? With that in mind, as to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock within the city of Yelm on February 12, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Did you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. Recommended sentence is all suspended jail time and a $250 fine. Mr. Abrico, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Redfield, anything to add? Mr. Sandy, you have a right to tell me anything you want regarding the matter. You don't have to say anything, but if you have anything to say, now is the time. I'm going to follow the recommendation, 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. That's the most important thing. Stay out of trouble. Ignition interlock, that's a requirement that drops off after a period of time, but stay out of trouble in the meantime to make sure that it does drop off. If you have trouble making the fine payments of $250, let us know. That is certainly something we can deal with. The most important thing here is stay out of trouble. Citing the judgment and sentence in open court at this time, Mr. Sen, what I want you to do is get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully, and if you have any question at all about what it means, give Mr. Abrico a call. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. In the meantime, you take care. There is that remaining insurance citation. Is that part of the global
No,
resolution?
we didn't talk about it. As a city, just gonna ask for $150 cost.
I'm inclined to believe the defendant and dismiss I'll dismiss the ticket.
So I need to have you sign the judgment sentence. Yeah, just go to the window before you go.
Mr. Sen, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. And you as well.
Mr. Matendo. Side of page 10.
Olivier, how do you pronounce your last name? Matendo?
Yes.
I'm real good at mispronouncing names and apologize if I do so.
You did better than you.
Maybe. Well, thank you. So- Matter set for a pretrial at this time. Trevor, go, I'm looking at the,
Yeah, I'm
an
just-
SOC in the,
I'm waiting, the clerk's amending, oh, here we go. Sign here. So it comes out for a pretrial on a DUI. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a 2-year stipulated order of continuance. Usual DUI conditions, conditions $990.50 fee that can be paid over 24 months. Alcohol evaluation, compliance with any recommended treatment, victim impact panel, law-abiding behavior. If he follows through with the agreement at the end of that time, the city would move to this, or move to amend to negligent driving in the first degree.
Mr. Matendo, I'm looking at the, it's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated, on your behalf by Mr. Haverco, sort of putting the matter on hold for a period of 2 months. If during those 2 months you, most importantly, stay out of trouble, no criminal law violations, especially when it comes to substance and driving. $990.50 costs, drug and alcohol evaluation. I think that's pretty important too. If there's a problem, let's find out what it is and deal with it. If you abide by the conditions over those 24 months, at the end of those, that period of time, the charge will be reduced to a much less serious charge of negligent driving, first degree. Now, you've given up your rights to go to trial, in return for the agreement. If we have a hearing following the city's proving that you violated the agreement, that hearing will just consist of looking at the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction for DUI, which, in my opinion, is worse than a conviction for a lot of different felonies. You got a lot on the line here. You're in a very good position of being able to get the matter reduced. It's up to you to do so. Get the drug and alcohol evaluation and comply with any recommended treatment. Do that within the next 90 days, if that's, and that'll be in the order as well. But, and now you're going to get a copy of this SOC, the contract. What I want you to do is look it over carefully, and if you have any questions at all about what it means, give Mr. Haverco a call, and he'll be glad to answer any question. At this point, all I can do is wish you the best of luck, and as time goes by, this recedes into history. Your insurance premiums, et cetera, will be a lot better. But we live in a world where you've got to be able to drive, so yeah, you want to protect that license by abiding by the agreement. Any questions at all of me?
Good question. The court report will be from the clerk, going to go to the clerk. She'll give you a copy of the stipulated order of continuance, which will show that you didn't plead guilty, you did not plead guilty to the order. It shows that the case is being continued for 2 months, for 2 years. And then eventually, and then you make it 60 days to keep the clock. And then if you need a copy of the police report, walk down the hall and talk to the police department. Yeah.
Mr. Matendo, any questions at all? Want to make sure we're all on the same page here. And again, if any questions come up later, that's what Mr. Haverco's for. Give him a call.
Good luck.
Be well. Take care.
The next matter is gonna be Jessica Faye Smith, page 10, or excuse me, page 9 on the 10 o'clock calendar. She has a couple matters on today. Couple pretrial hearings. One is for a theft charge, the other is for a suspended driving third-degree charge. She intends on entering a plea to the theft case. And then upon the court's acceptance of that plea as part of the agreement, city will move to dismiss the other case, the one ending in 688. And then the conditions are all jail time to be suspended for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations, and payment of a $250 court fee at $25 per month.
Good morning, ma'am. Full name Jessica Faye Smith. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree. Theft in the third degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Have you gone over the plea process with Mr. Haverco? And if you had any questions at all about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter, did Mr. Haverco answer your questions? Any questions you'd like to ask me? Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum, 364 days and or a $5,000 fine, if I saw fit to do so, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. With that in mind, with regard to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 13th, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make it? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. Heard the recommendation, Mr. Haverco, anything further to add?
Oh, nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Hatfield, anything further to add? You have a right to tell me anything you wish regarding the matter. You don't have to say anything, but if you have anything to tell me, now's the time.
I got you. I've been going through a lot of court stuff, and I just finished taking care of all my warrants that I had for 2 years.
Wow.
Some time in Lewis County, got everything filled up. Almost done my county stuff, and this is the last I can do. So I just got my daughter home. Still very long story short, it was unhealthy for her. So I was wondering, when I started the $25 payment, because I'm kind of locked in on it. Trying to get everything I can.
Well,
I don't want to get.
ordinarily, let me first say this, that the money is the least important thing to me. What I care about mostly is what I've heard, is you're taking care of business, taking care of things. Things just don't go away. We have to eventually deal with them. And it sounds like you're doing an excellent job of doing just that. Oh, $250 a month. We usually don't set payments in the, yeah, if there's any issue at all making the fine payments, just simply give us a call, let us know. We'll deal with that one way or the other.
And when do they start? This month or next month?
What would be convenient? Have them start in first payment due next month in May, in June?
June would be great.
Let's do June then. I am going to follow the recommendation, all jail time suspended. It sounds like you've got quite a bit to plow through here, but you're making good progress. How old is your child? That's a good age to be. Just going into some troubled years is those teens. Good luck with that. You're going to have custody of her now, or share custody?
I have custody of her. I've shared custody with her dad. I let her stay there this beginning of the school year because he wanted to try to have the school year with her, and she's ailing. school. So I'm actually
Oh, boy.
going to go to the school right now, meet with the principal and the counselor and get, I guess, a plan together and explain to them who and why.
First payment, 25, June 10th. Now, again, I'm not real concerned about the money here. I want you to take care of your child and I want you to stay out of trouble. And I'm sure their big challenge here is going to be being a mother. That's, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
What I want you to do is, yeah, let us know if there's any problem with the money. We'll deal with that one way or the other.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll come.
Signing the paperwork as we speak and in open court. I want you to get a copy of it at the window. Look it over carefully and give Mr. Evergo a call if you have any questions. Ms. Smith, I appreciate you saying so. You take care of yourself. Be well. Dismissal of the DDoS third, of course. Sure. Been sitting here since about 8 o'clock. I think I would like a short break. We'll go off record. Back on record, Mr. Haverko, I'll defer to you for the
Hey, John.
order cases are called.
Mr. Tanderich.
Mr. Dandridge, good afternoon. Or good morning, sorry.
So Mr. Tanderich, comes on before the court for a couple of pretrial hearings, both drug-related charges. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a 12-month stipulated order of continuance. Both matters to be continued for 12 months on the conditions of no new criminal law violations. The city agreed not to seek any kind of, court fee or financial obligation. So the sole condition is just to remain free of new criminal law violations, after which the city would move to dismiss at the end of 12 months.
Full name Brandon Craig Tanderich for the record. Mr. Tanderich, I am looking here in Oak Courts at an SOC stipulated order of continuance, a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by Mr. Haverko on your behalf. Have you gone over the agreement with Mr. Haverko? And any questions about what it meant to get into this sort of agreement? In return for this agreement, which will result in an eventual dismissal of the charge, you've given up your rights to go to trial. No witnesses, no appeal if you lose. The city alleges you violated the agreement and proves that. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction with and bearing with it the possibility of some jail time. Don't want to go there. Okay. Mr. Tanderich, I'm certainly hoping that any issue related to the ingestion of substances is something you're getting a handle on. That can be a struggle, but I'm hoping that's the case, and if so, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. In any event, the law violations I'd be most concerned about here are the ones associated with controlled substances. Any questions at all? There is an agreement for no costs.
Correct, yeah. City was not
that's,
seeking costs in this case.
Of course, yeah, it's a good idea. You don't have to worry about that. I want you to spend your energy on just improving your situation in life. Signing off on the agreement, Mr. Tanderich, I want you to get a copy of this at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully, and if you have any questions at all, give Mr. Haverko a call, all right? In the meantime, the best I can do is just wish you the best of luck. And hoping you take advantage of getting this off your record, getting this dismissed. Good luck to you.
You too, take care. Want to come up, sir? So, next case is Sarah Shalhoub. She has a couple of matters, number 8 and 9 on page 11 o'clock calendar. One matter, they're both on for pretrial. One is a criminal trespass second degree. The other one is obstructing a law enforcement officer. Parties have reached an agreement. She's going to enter a straight plea to to the obstructing charge upon the court's acceptance of that plea. City would move to dismiss the criminal trespass second degree charge.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Sarah, middle initial F, Shalhoub. Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Everco just said? Though I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of obstructing a law enforcement officer in the performance of his duty. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended if I saw fit to do so. You realize that. Have you gone over the plea process, discussed this fully with Mr. Everco? Any questions you might have of me about the process here? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal. Simply a sentencing if I accept the plea. With that in mind, as to one count of obstructing a law enforcement officer in the performance of his duty on January 8th of this year, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead? We'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Anything you'd like to tell me, Michelle Hoop? How you can get a trespass? Does it ever go, my understanding, this is just a request to lift a trespass charge?
Yeah.
Michelle Hoop, I don't have anything to say about that. I can't order that one way or the other. That's between you and the individual whose property it is. I can't advise you. I can't advise you. Mr. Evergo might be able to steer you in the right direction. I don't know about that either. That's nothing I can do. I'll follow the recommendation, 364 days in jail, suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. And there is a recommended $250 probation fee, which
Yeah, and we would ask the court to consider waiving that fee because, I don't know, if the city, is the city in agreement? Yeah, so the parties agree to waive
being in agreement, that's no problem with doing that. I won't impose any monetary penalty at all. I think it's enough to ask you to just simply stay out of trouble.
no fine to stay out of trouble for. What's that? Oh, I didn't quite hear. Yeah. You have to inquire on who owns it, or, you know, like with the residents, you can look up the ownership on the property, you have to figure out who owns it. You could just write a letter. Yeah. Just about. He's.
Shalu, I can wish you the best of luck. With regard to no trespass orders, yeah, it's strictly between you and whoever trespassed you from their property. And I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. But until that order is changed, it's valid. Take care of yourself. Now get a copy of today's paperwork at the window and look it over carefully if you would. Thank you, ma'am, and take care.
Mr. Stubbs?
Good afternoon, sir. William R. Stubbs. Go ahead and have a seat.
So matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a DUI. This is a case where there was a rollover, accident and, some hospitalization, a warrant for his blood and all that. I think the parties have reached an agreement. He's gonna enter a straight plea to the charge to the extent based on that it's a drug case. We would stipulate to whatever it would be if there is one so as to create the lower penalties. Otherwise it's a straight plea. We're ready to proceed.
Again, for the record, full name, William, middle initial R. Stubbs.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbs, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of driving under the influence of intoxicants, that could be either alcohol or drugs. Have you gone over the plea process with, Mr. Haverco?
Yes.
And do you think, did he answer any question you might have had about what it meant to, plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, DUI is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty, it'd be 1 day less than a year, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I would be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended. And there is, of course, a mandatory minimum for a first offense of at least 1 day in jail and other conditions. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to that maximum. With that in mind, as to one count of driving under the influence of intoxicants alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 18th, 2025, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yeah.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? And of course, one thing I should have added is if I accept the plea, the Department of Licensing will take action against your driver's license in a manner determined by your record. Your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. What the city is recommending apparently is the mandatory minimums for a first-time offender. Mr. Haverco, anything to add?
This is a big wake-up call for him. He was, it was a rollover accident. He went to the hospital. There was a warrant for his blood, which was taken. He's, in the meantime, gotten himself involved with the tribe in connection with chemical dependency treatment. So he's in a kind of a program right now. I think he's had an evaluation and I've explained to him he's gonna have to get a copy of the evaluation and turn it into the court. But it's a combination of kind of moral accountability and treatment, and the program may take up to 2 years. We did discuss all of his options, trial, we discussed deferred prosecution, all the various options, and concluded that based on the city recommending just the mandatory minimums, it made more sense to enter a plea to the charge. He was hospitalized, so I'd ask the court to consider giving him credit for the 1 day in jail, if that's possible.
How long did you spend in the hospital? If you know.
About 5 or 6 hours. The officer that drew blood said that I could stay there a couple of days, and then they got me up and I was hobbling. As well, we prep for release, and they released me at 11 night.
City have a position with regard to 1 day. What tribe are you with treatment?
Nisqually.
Oh, Nisqually. Okay, they have an excellent program. I'm familiar with that. Mr. Stubbs, I will follow the recommendation. I am gonna give you credit for 1 day served. Sentence you to 364, suspend 363 days of that, give you credit for 1 day served. Monetary penalty is $990.50. That's mandated by law. I don't have any say about that at all. And as I indicated, the Department of Licensing, they will take action with regard to your license. But this is all something that you can put in the past behind you, but time has to go by. Please don't drive unless you're licensed and insured, and above all, don't drive while impaired. And of course, with the substance referred to in your statement, I'm familiar with. I'm not sure I have enough fingers on my hands to count the number of people over the last couple of years that have no longer here because of that fentanyl. All I can do is wish you the best of luck and save your own life. And it sounds like you're in the process of doing that right now. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That isn't the easiest thing to do. But I am familiar with the tribes program, and it's an excellent one. And the personnel that they have running it, they know exactly what they're doing, and they're very good at their job. Mr. Stubbs, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and you won't hear from us unless there's some problem. Hopefully there won't be. But I want you to get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and look it over carefully. And as you heard me say a few times here, if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverco a call.
What's the minimum payment for that?
It's there, and that's the least of my concerns here. If there's any trouble at all making making payments, and usually that's amortized over a course of a year, 90, 50. How is 50 a month starting May 10th? Is that going to work?
I could probably do it. The program that I'm in is through the Olympia Union Gospel Mission. It's called the Men's Transformation Program, as well as quality treatment.
Oh, great.
And they require 40 hours of service work at the mission. And then as you get better and more time clean and sober, it's a clean and sober house.
Yes.
But then they can get you a job at the mission, or you start applying in other places and you work towards that. I think I have a little less than $1,800 in my savings account, so I can make the payment.
50 a month.
But I don't know when I'm gonna have a steady job.
None of us know when or how long we're going to have a steady job. That's just part of reality. What I'm going to do is just tell you this. I'm not worried about the money. Do it the best you can. And if a problem of any kind comes up, you let us know and we'll deal with it. We'll figure out something.
Okay.
I just don't want that to be an impediment to your road to sobriety. That I don't want.
Thank you.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck, Mr. Stubbs. You take care of yourself and you stay well. Take care.
It's a follower of Jesus Christ. Definitely.
That's for sure. You take care.
No shows?
Yep. As soon as
On-
I can
Okay.
catch up. Okay. Back to the no shows.
On the 10 o'clock, there's a matter of Zavon Dickerson.
Dickerson.
I was given a phone number by the guy and I called the number, and the response is one I'd never heard of before from the system. It said the number can't be dialed. And I said, well, that's weird. I just dialed the number. And then, and there's no way to
I
leave
just
it.
did.
Yeah. So I've had zero contact of any kind.
So ordered, cash or bond. 1K.
And then Mr., let's see, was it Pillage?
Tyler Pledge. Nope, before that. Mr. Appleby.
I called the number that I had been given and a guy answered the phone. And the guy said he knows Mr. Appleby. He's like a kind of a friend or acquaintance. And I said, do you have contact with him? He goes, well, I never know when I'm going to, but sometimes I do. I said, well, if you happen to see him, can you let him know I called? And he said, oh, yeah, you know.
Well, he apparently has issues, I'm informed, with, pretty much up and down I-5, Donnie, where? Doing a lot of traveling here. City wish warrant, 1,000 cash or bond.
And Mr. Pillage or Pillage,
I think he says pillage.
oh, Pillage, okay.
No surprise.
I didn't have a number. So I made a note to myself if he showed up to get a number.
Get a number and of course, no surprise.
No information.
Cash or bond, so ordered 1,000.
And Mr., on the 11 o'clock, Mr. Alexander Nicholas Boutros. You know, I've had contact with him in the past, but unfortunately, since the last court date, I haven't had any contact with him.
He was
And-
pretty close to the edge.
Yeah, and I've
Like,
tried to reach out to him. I called the number and the number was good. Left a message and I said, hey, it's, you know, we need to talk and see where you're at. And, I've gotten no return calls of any kind. He hasn't called me back. He hasn't, so, I don't know why he's not
It
responding.
seemed like there was a
or-
pretty severe mental health, concern that I had.
So I don't know what's going on. I don't have any information.
He's got one diverted DWI and then another pending pretrial. Each charge.
And Mr. Young, I did have contact with him in this, and that's why we were gonna do a speedy trial waiver today, and he didn't contact me as to why he was gonna have trouble showing up, so I don't have any information, but he and I have had recent contact within about the last week.
Moral issue for Mr. Bruto's, 1,000 cash or bond, all three charges. On Mr. Young, it's DDoS second. I'm not real concerned with that. You've been in contact with him? It's
Within the last about approximately a week.
note the non-appearance, reset with notice. And that, as they say, I believe, is that, Good afternoon. We're on record for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. You're here for a first court appearance. Before I call you up one at a time, I need to let you know that you have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. Mr. Haverco is our public defender. He will enter a plea on your behalf at this time. Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. That would be a chance for you to discuss your case with your attorney and negotiate a resolution if you can. If that's not possible, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. If you have any questions about your rights, about what you're charged with, ask either myself or Mr. Haverco if we can answer any question you might have. Is a Michael Beltran here? Mr. Beltran, if you would come on up and have a seat. Full name Michael Anthony Beltran. Mr. Beltran, the citation you were given on March 28th was you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. City has a motion with regard to that charge. This is going to apply to other people in the courtroom. The charge is no longer criminal. It's been amended from driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree to NVOL 2nd degree, no valid operator's license in the 2nd degree. The difference is this. The first charge, that's criminal. You could go to jail if you were convicted. The second citation is an infraction. It's the only thing that can happen to you is to get a fine. If you admit that you didn't have a valid driver's license when you were stopped and cited on March 28th, I'll impose a $150 fine. You also have a right to contest the hearing, the issuance of the citation. If you want to do that, we can set the matter for a contested hearing down the road somewhere. Do you have any questions about anything I just said?
I didn't know my license.
That's,
I had it last year.
that's if you admit it, I'll assess a $150 fine. Now, and that happens. Does the Department of Licensing have your correct address?
Yeah.
Did they have it when they sent out the notice? What they're supposed to do and what they have the job to do is send out a notice of suspension when you haven't paid a ticket and wish to. Sometimes they don't have a good address, and sometimes the mail never gets to the individual, and the Department of Licensing, like every place else, they're capable of making mistakes too. But on your admission, I'll impose a $150 fine. Have you reinstated your license yet, or?
Well, they told me just to pay the fine and my suspension will be lifted.
Mr. Haverco, would you take a look at I'm not sure how to take that. Pay the fine for this citation or for the one you missed?
For the one I missed. Supposedly, for the one I missed, that's why they suspended my license. But it says on the paper.
Because ordinarily, not only do you have to take care of the FTA, the ticket, but you have to pay a reinstatement fee.
Well, I'm looking at, there's a statement from Grimm Collections.
Well, that's from a collection agency,
Yeah,
not the Department of Licensing.
right. There's a total due of $224.40.
Yeah, what happens is if you pay the collection, what?
Have you paid this?
Yeah.
In full?
Yeah, I paid it.
Ordinarily, you pay the collection agency, they notify the issuing court that is paid, and then the court notifies the Department of Licensing that that's been taken care of, and at that point, there's usually a reinstatement fee. Have you checked with Department of Licensing at all?
No.
I think you need to.
Well, I never had a Washington driver's license. I mean, my license is Arizona driver's license.
Well, this shows payment for an infraction speeding Thurston District Court from 12/23/24, but he has another unpaid ticket from Pierce County District Court for $416. This is for a ticket that there's no balance owing now, but there's another.
But there's
ticket.
another ticket for which there
Yeah.
is a balance owing.
You owe $416 for an old case from 2022 in Pierce County District Court.
Okay.
See that amount?
Yeah, but disregarding that one? or
No, that's
disregarding
not.
that
No,
one?
no, no. This is, it says here, your case number is 4A
But that's-
887.
Is that why my
That's-
license is suspended?
No, it's suspended for this other one, right? It was suspended for this one.
What?
But I'm just saying you paid this one off. That's this one here, see? So this is Thurston District Court. Grim Collections, that's Thurston District Court from 2024, but there's another unpaid ticket for $416 in Pierce County District Court. That's a different.
What you're gonna need to do is check with them.
Yeah.
Now, if your license, is issued out of Arizona, what is suspended here is your ability to get a Washington license, not your Arizona license. So as soon as you free up that suspension of your privilege to get a, Washington license, you probably should get if you're living here now, you should probably get that, license reissued out by the state of Washington. But that is definitely something you need to look into, Mr. Belton. I've signed an order setting the payments on that. I want you to get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, but definitely you need to look into that. Mr. Abaco, does it say what the citation was for?
Oh,
The unpaid one?
the unpaid one? Yeah, that was, give me 1 second. It was for speeding 36 miles an hour over.
No wonder the amount. That was,
Yeah,
it sounded a little much to be,
Pierce County District number 1.
Mr. Belton, I'd check into that. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive. So I'd check into that. But I want you to go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of today's order, and that concludes the hearing here.
Okay.
Good luck to you. Any questions? Good luck with Pierce County.
Yeah.
Matthew Byer, Beyer. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Matthew William Byer.
Yeah.
Mr. Byer, the citation I have alleges that on or about April 6, 2025, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Abaco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the case, should you be indigent and request his assistance.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Byer, plea of not guilty. Zandy. Should have said at the outset, but I will say now that if Mr. Haverco is going to represent you or enter a plea on your behalf, you'll need to give him your
Yep.
contact information.
Got it.
Mr. Byer, a pretrial has been set for May 22nd. Again, I want you to get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Any questions at all? Thank you for appearing and good luck. See you back here at the end of May. Christina Canavis. Good afternoon, ma'am. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Okay.
All right. Canavas, the citation alleges that on or about April 3rd, 2025, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and again, he'll represent you should you be indigent and require his services.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea. 253.
Now, when we spoke over the phone, I indicated one of the pretrial orders was regarding contact with Jonathan Taylor. Is any issues, any problems there? Okay. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. Again, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble. We'll see you back here on as soon as we can find a date. Any questions at all? Okay. May 22nd at 10 a.m. I'll sign an order to that effect.
Yeah, just go see the clerk before you're, she'll give you copies of all your paperwork. Yeah, just take it, when you go out of the courtroom, just take a look.
Please get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and good luck to you. Thank you for appearing, and we'll see you May 22nd. Take care. Nicole Cook does not respond. We'll come back to that matter. Fred Geiser, Geiser, does not answer. How about Angela Mayo? Full name Angela Lynn Mayo. Ms. Mayo, the citation alleges in honor about March 29th, 2025. You committed the offense of driving under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf and represent you throughout the case if you're indigent.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Mayo, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. You do have a prior DUI, but that was quite some time ago.
Yeah, it looks like it was back in 95.
Yes. However, the breathalyzer in this case is alleged to be a 0.37/0.38, which is extraordinarily high for the. I think it's probably a good idea to no drinking while the matter is pending.
Okay, great.
Oh, it's 561.
561. 0709. And before you go, take a left, go to the clerk's window. She'll give you a printout of all the paperwork today, and then I'll be contacting.
Ms. Mayo, hold on a sec. Still getting a pretrial date. And also, don't drive unless licensed and insured. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. And of course, absolutely no drinking and driving at all. Any questions? Yeah, that's a, yeah, everything is on all courts, to now, and that system, we have found is not perfect. Sometimes, it was easier to do things the old fashioned way, with a written order, but we now have a pretrial date of May 22nd, 11 o'clock in the morning. I'll sign an order to that effect, and when you leave the courtroom, I'll want you to get a copy of that at the window. No signing the order?
You going to sign?
Mayo, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing. Go ahead and get a copy of the order, and we'll see you back here May 22nd. You have a good day. I will. Michelle Page Panish. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is that your full name, Michelle Page Panish? And I probably mispronounced that. Ms. Panache, I'm sorry. Citation I have alleges in honor about March 27th of this year, 2025. You committed the offense of driving while license suspended or revoked in the second degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf to that charge, and he'll do so at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, as support to enter not guilty plea.
Spanish, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Conditions to release are, of course, law-abiding behavior. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. And I might indicate that the most important thing to me and to this court is what do we need to do to get you relicensed? That takes time, and that is something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about. Setting the pretrial for May 22nd, 10 o'clock in the morning. And if you've exchanged contact information.
Yep, it's in the paper.
Thank you for appearing, ma'am. You take care. We'll see you back here May 22nd. Have a good day. Kevin Quick in the courtroom. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Kevin Benjamin Quick? Citation alleges that on or about March 31st, 2025, you committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a protection order. That's a gross misdemeanor. Upon conviction, maximum penalty would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf, and again, he'll represent you throughout the course of the matter should you be indigent and request his services.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate probable cause, as support to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty, as I indicated, preserves your rights. Set the matter for a pretrial.
Phone number.
sign the order setting the matter for a pretrial on May 22nd. Mr. Quick, if you would get a copy of the order at the window, and we'll see you back here at the end of May. Any questions? Good luck. Leroy Reyes. I need to indicate for the record, your name is Leroy Reyes? Yeah. Mr. Reyes, you're getting to be a familiar face. Citation alleges that on or about April 3rd, 2025, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. Again, that's a misdemeanor, which has just been amended to, despite the number of times you've been here, to the civil infraction of well, why don't you, let's just set the matter for a contested hearing down the road and use the rest of the day to go and check on this. You want to do that?
Could it still be amended later?
Yes, you can.
Because I'd rather get it over with and deal with like.
If I'll amend it later, if
Okay.
you come in here with a license, let's set it for a contested hearing calendar.
Because right now, I can't afford to miss any form.
And work with it.
Especially when we're doing 10-hour days. Right now, it's a busy season and.
Yeah, it is.
10-hour days, that's overtime I could use to get bills paid.
To get things paid off. We're gonna set the matter for a hearing. And, yeah, go get your license reinstated, jump up and down, whatever you need to do to
Well, I
get that
just
straightened out.
Date that it should have ended. And that you don't understand why it's still shown that it's suspended.
Well, looks like there's a financial responsibility action that is through 6/25/26. Says financial responsibility that was imposed 6/26/23. So, and there's a reissue fee of $170. That's a reissue fee, drug or alcohol.
Is this the other requirement, is that for the rec, financial responsibility, is it, or the SR 22?
Well, there's no SR 22. There's just a reissue fee of $170, drug or alcohol, plus a standard reissue fee, standard issue reissue fee, whatever that is, plus an alcohol reissue fee of $170. And there's a comment on reinstatement that says, adverse party must be compliant by payment plan or fully satisfy claims for the entire collision in order to reinstate.
It's a financial responsibility. It's a-
Yeah.
So last time I saw it, I went and took out a personal loan and sent that.
You're gonna need a release, or
That's
you're gonna,
frustrating for me. I'm trying to do everything that they're asking me to do and it's still.
okay, you're saying you paid off the claim.
Yeah.
Was that paid to an insurance company, to an individual?
It was, I think progressive, I'm not sure.
You might need to get a hold of them, because if it's still a period of record, they may have not have notified.
Maybe get them to sign a satisfaction of judgment
Yes.
or something and file. a
They need to
POL.
file something.
After I sent that off, I
Forgot about it.
Yeah.
No, you need to get a hold of Progressive.
figured I didn't need, that they were gonna do what they needed to do and I was good.
It's been my observation, true or not, that once somebody gets your money, they don't care anymore.
Well,
What I would do is I'd get a hold of Progressive as soon as possible. It sounds like somebody, the ball got dropped there somewhere.
License first, find out, make sure that's who it is.
Yeah, and if you have some proof, that you can take the license, they may not take it from you, but, if you have some proof, you can show them that it's been paid, that might help.
If I should speak that.
I tried Department of Licensing first then. Mr. Reyes, we'll set it for a hearing on, May 8th. You can get that writing at the window and good luck. Yeah, let's get this figured out and get you relicensed. Oh, I can understand, but take care. We'll see you in May. Thank you. Chanel Robledo. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is it Chanel Nicole Robledo? If there's a way of mispronouncing a name, I'm gonna do it. But you were cited with DWS third, same thing, and you know what's gonna happen now. The city is amending it to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit that, that's a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing, and if you have any questions, in the meanwhile, we'll deal with them first. What would you like to do? This is a new thing with you. Well, let's,
It's my first.
well, the fact that you are here taking care of this today, it's not gonna, no matter what happens, it's not gonna suspend your license as long as we're dealing with it. But yeah, no, if you admit that you hadn't been taking care of things and your license is not valid at the time, we'll set it's a $150 fine, and we'll set your payments at $25 a month. If I'll take that as an admission, and the first payment would be due next month. But yeah, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? First place to start is we were just talking about the Department of Licensing, or maybe Mr. Aberco can hit the computer there. Sorry to burden him.
It's okay. Yeah, no, so if you wanna go over here, you'll. See all these other. See this letter F.
We have the time. Let's take it.
I'm issue. F means failure to appear. Wherever I'm calling. Means for not paying this, I mean. Your license is being. Yelm, some Thurston District, Mason District, Lakewood, and some Oregon.
Things are a little clearer now, maybe. It sounds like, from the length of time, that you've got a little bit of work to cut out for you. That's, and I don't know if you can remember all that, but at least you know where to start. That was, yeah, like I've said many times, we live in a world where you've got to be able to drive just to function. Yeah, just get started and eventually you're gonna get reinstated, but you got to start somewhere. I've signed an order setting the fine and the payments. You get a copy of it at the window. And if you have any problem making the fine payments, let us know and we can certainly deal with that, okay? Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am, and you as well. That leaves us Wendy Sassone or Sassoni and Jacob Stahl. And you must be here for court.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. Well, have a seat, talk to Mr. Haverco and,
Yeah.
and you are, what was your last name?
Brian Young. DWS second.
Oh,
The end
yep,
of the end of January, I think.
yep. We had reset it with notice to be sent, but
Go ahead and sign with this pen right here. Yeah, good deal. Well, we're submitting a speedy trial waiver, of course. He doesn't show that he's gonna be, it doesn't look like the suspension's gonna be lifted until, I think, November 26th, which is quite a long ways away. But I suggested to him that, if he pleads guilty to this, of course, he's gonna add a year of suspension to his license. So maybe with luck, maybe he can somehow convince DOL to give him an early reinstatement hearing. Maybe there could be some options, maybe. So we can try to look into see if he has any.
yep, well, your motion to continue is already in O courts here. How far out would you like to go? How about July 31? July 31st. Yeah, Mr. Young, that's don't give up on getting relicensed.
As far as I'm aware, I only have 2 driving in 3rd degree in my whole record, but it's the vehicular assault.
Oh, boy.
I got in a wreck in 2020 on Tumwater, was drinking. Anyways, my wife ended up injuring her back at the accident, so that's where that stemmed from. But that's why it's suspension.
Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck. Resetting the matter to July 31st.
Thank you.
City have any objection?
Thank you.
Mr. Young, I'm signing an order to that effect.
Yeah, I'm not driving. I got my chauffeur in the park.
Get a copy of the order at the window. You take care of yourself and good luck getting reinstated, okay? Take care.
You guys have a good day.
And you as well, Mr. Young. Back on record for the 1 o'clock no-shows. The first one I have is Nicole Cook. Page 13, docket number 4, cited for NVOL without identification. Amend that to with ID and FTA that. Next would be Fred Geiser. I found PC on him. I dealt with him in custody. 2,500 cash or bond. Moral issue. Next, we have Wendy Sasson, docket number 12, page 14. I dealt with her in custody, did find probable cause of the issuance of theft third to her, 1,000 cash or bond. And Jacob Stahl, with regard to docket number 13, amend that to no vol 2 and FTA. I also find probable cause for the theft charge referenced in docket number 14, 1,000 cash or bond warrant issue with regard to that charge. And that On record for the infraction calendar, do you have somebody present? But I don't know who they are.
So I'm John Rulin, and this is my wife Angela, who's appearing sort of as a witness.
As a witness, okay. You've asked for a contested hearing, kind of
Yes,
unusually for no insurance and no registration.
yes,
The procedure is with a contested hearing, the burden's on the city to prove by preponderance of the evidence, the infraction was committed. Procedure is I'll read the officer's statement into the record. I presume you have a copy of that.
yes, I do.
And then I'll listen to anything you have to say.
Thank you.
The officer recites as follows. On the above date and time while serving as a police officer for the city of Yelm, Washington, I observed a white Winnebago motorhome traveling east on Yelm Avenue West, approaching Edwards Street Northwest. As I got behind the vehicle, I observed the license plate was obscured with a smoked cover and the tabs are expired. The DL query confirmed the registration expired in August of 2024. I initiated a traffic stop by activating my emergency lights and the vehicle came to a stop on First Street South at Yelm Avenue. Driver provided his insurance and expired registration. Driver stated he did not have current proof of insurance. Issued driver a notice of infraction, NOI, for failure to renew registration more than 2 months and operating a vehicle without insurance. Driver was provided a copy of the notice of infraction and explained the options to respond. Nothing further to report. Some or all of these incidents may have been captured utilizing a body-worn audio and video device. I certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that I have completed this in Yelm, Washington on the date above. The preceding is true and accurate, and I am entering my authorized user ID and password to authenticate it. Officer N. Sorensen, 6P19, Yelm Police Department. Date of the citation is 1/19/25. Well, that's what the officer says. The reason he pulled you over was an obscured license plate and then wound up citing you for no insurance and expired tabs.
So thank you, first of all, for giving us your time. I felt a little bit violated by this situation because I was driving into the area. We live in Rainier part-time and then we live in Seattle part-time. And the next day I had to appear at a support group for people with chronic illnesses. And so I, at the last moment, ended up taking our motorhome, which we haven't driven for over 2 years. I had to move it, but we've had it continuously insured, and we make our best effort to keep everything insured and registered at all times. And when it came to our attention that the registration was expired, I immediately went at my next opportunity to the Department of Motor Vehicles and I renewed that. So I'd like to give
Certainly,
these.
go ahead and bring it up.
Did not have the card with me with insurance, but it was paid for it in.
Effective 5/12/25 through 5/1.
And this one.
You renew that registration. Okay, I'm going to take this at your word. I don't need these. Anything else? No.
I'm not sure how important it is, but the officer told me when he pulled me over that somebody had reported that there was a motor home or an RV that was driving dangerously. And I just wanted to assure you that I was not driving dangerously. It's a older vintage VW based motorhome.
Oh,
but he came from the opposite direction and then he did a U-turn behind me and then he pulled me over. So that's why it felt like it was sort of a setup, but I think what possibly happened was maybe somebody was tailgating me because there were people tailgating me on the drive, and they got frustrated and called it in and said that I was driving dangerously, but I assure you I wasn't.
There's nothing in anything that I've seen here about driving dangerously. And I sometimes think that officers, it's said that any officer that wants to pull you over, they can find an infraction within 100 feet and use that as a reason to, but that's neither here nor there. My job isn't to go into his motives, but with regard to the citation issued, the citation is failure to have or display liability insurance, and you did have insurance, and to me, that's the important thing. You would have been covered had there been an accident. So I'm going to dismiss that citation. The other one, failure to renew expired registration. Technically, yes, it wasn't renewed at the time you were driving. The 237 is way too much in my opinion. So let's reduce that to 100 even.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
And what you can pay that at a 25 a month, Mr. Ruland, or
I'm prepared to pay it at the time right now, so that's okay.
everything is on computer these days, so I'm reviewing the order now. I'm signing an order to that effect. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to drive to Seattle with it. I have to go up to Bellevue every other week at least. And that's I-5 and I-405, they just seem to get worse and worse.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I was driving in the evening like that, to avoid rush hour, and it didn't pay off that time.
That I can understand. But thank you for appearing. Mr. Ruland, it's again, expired registration. It's not a moving offense, so it shouldn't have any effect on your insurance rate.
Thank
or
you so
anything.
much.
But I thank you. Happy motoring. I said, stay safe out there. It also seems that not only is there more and more traffic, but more and more people that shouldn't be out there driving. It's angry, upset, late for the airport. I don't know, but thanks for appearing. Good luck to you. Take care. And you can take care. Get a copy of the order at the window outside and to your left.
Thank you, Judge.
Happy motoring.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care. Do we have one hearing on Zoom? Good afternoon. Somebody is present on Zoom. Is this Talia McWatters?
Yes, it is.
Ms. McWatters, you were cited for neg driving second degree, and you wanted a contested hearing. That's correct, I assume?
Yes.
What I will do is read the officer's statement, then listen to anything you have to say in response to that.
Okay.
On the listed date and time at the listed location, I observed as the listed vehicle traveled east. The vehicle began to swerve and jerk from left to right all over the roadway. The vehicle changed speeds multiple times rapidly. I conducted a traffic stop using my emergency lights for suspicion of DUI. The listed driver was identified by their Washington state license. The listed driver stated they were driving in such a manner because they were eating French fries while driving. The driver, sorry, given a traffic citation for negligent driving in the second degree and released. I certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that all statements made herein are true and accurate, and that I am entering my authorized user ID and password to authenticate it. Signed, Brian Moody, number 3972, date and place 2/11/25, city, town of Yelm, county of Thurston. That's what the officer has to say, ma'am. So I'll listen to anything you have to say.
I just want to read my accounts of what happened.
Sure, certainly.
Okay. I wrote them down. Hang on, let me get to the first page. So to start, it was around 6 p.m. I ordered McDonald's. The business was remodeling, so I couldn't park in their parking spots. So I pulled out, made a left, not familiar with Yelm because I live in Lakewood. I passed Collins, that's the road I needed to go down. And I went to the next road, and I made a right, and it was on Killens. Officer turned on his lights. I pulled over to the side of the road, across the street from Priestess or Priestish or something. It's a senior living. And then I turned off my car. I had tartar sauce in my hand. Officer Mooney is yelling at me to get out of the car with my hands up at gunpoint. He wants me to drop my sauce. I said, yeah, nope. So I put it on my dash. I put my hands up. I walked backwards, all while Mooney is finger on the trigger, yelling, "Who's in the car?" I replied, "No one." What he yelled at me, "What did you take?" I said, "I didn't take anything from anywhere." He said, "No, meth. Are you high or did you drink anything?" I said, "I drank cough syrup about an hour ago." I said I was hungry. I'm staying with a friend tonight because me and my boyfriend were fighting, so I left. As you can see, my back windshield was broken at the time, and that's why I was in Yelm. I said, and he still has me at gunpoint. Then he said, "Sit on the road." I looked at him like probably his wife would look at him like, "Are you serious? It's cold, it's rainy." And he's like, "No, just sit on my bumper." And I was like, okay, I'm not sitting in the middle of the road, thank God. And he left. He never asked me for my insurance. He never asked me for my license. He never put down the gun. And then he finally, before he went back to his cruiser, he said, "What is your name and your birthday?" I gave it to him, and he left for like 10 minutes, ran my name, whatnot. And then when he came back, I said, "I don't understand what is the whole hostility of this traffic stop. It's a routine traffic stop. Why do you have me at gunpoint?" His answer was, "Because I don't know you." I was like, okay. And he's like, "And you swung your door open too fast." I've I've never had a gun in my face. And then he proceeded to do a field sobriety test in which he said I did a great job. He threw me the ticket, and on my ticket, it is nothing. My name is spelled wrong. He put down my eyes are green and they're brown. He put I was native. He put the license of my or the expiration date of my license is 10/30/31, and my birthday is 12/30/1985. He also put the wrong street that he pulled me over. He said he pulled me over on Mountain View. And he also said the tabs on my car on the paper says that they're due January 2nd, 25, and they weren't. And on the license plate itself, it read March of 2025. So I think he was just negligent in his writing this ticket, and I don't understand when all I did was miss a street, turn right while eating a French fry.
Thank you, ma'am. But one thing I didn't understand, you indicated that he'd asked you to put something down, but I didn't quite get what that was.
I was like, when he pulled me over, had my tartar sauce in my hand. I dipped my fries in. I shoved the fries in my mouth and I made the turn. When he pulled me over, I still had it in my hand. And I guess when he was yelling at me to get out, I still had it in my hand. He said, "Drop whatever was in your hand." And I was hungry, so I'm not throwing away my tartar sauce. I just put it on the dash, put my hands up, started walking backwards.
Okay, I'm ready to rule on this matter. You were cited for negligent driving in the second degree. That constitutes driving in such a manner that endangers to some extent persons and or property. I don't see anything to that end in the ticket. I do see a driving pattern that could perhaps, if it's accurately described, indicate an impaired driver, which you obviously weren't. I'm going to dismiss the ticket.
Thank you. I'm also getting ready to go to school for my CDL, so that would have been. Thank you.
Sorry to hear that things were a little rocky in a personal relationship. That's the way relationships go. Hopefully things are better now. So, but you take care of yourself and thank you for appearing.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You as well, ma'am. Take care. That leaves, well, we have one left. Well, I guess we can give her a. Let's go off record and